6:30 p.m. How about that, Councillor Stone? And I can confirm that we do have full quorum tonight. That's great. And with that, I would like to ask Councillor Armour, Deputy Mayor Armour, to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty No. 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walk in the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Armour. With that, I do have a motion moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the regular council meeting agenda dated Monday, March 27th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? And that carries. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. Moving right along to agenda item number 3, we do have one invited presentation. It's a welcome to a new staff member. And Adrian, welcome. I'm going to ask Chris Nagy, our Chief Building Inspector, to do our introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So yeah, we're real excited to have Adrian join our team in the building sector. He's our new plans examiner. He has a construction background as a Red Seal journeyman carpentry and has also completed the building officials fundamental architectural drafting and construction project management programs through George Brown. So yeah, in short, we're real happy to have him as a part of our team, and later on in the agenda, you have the appointment bylaw for him. So yeah.
We do. So you're really not official until the appointment bylaw. Just saying. But we're very excited. Welcome aboard. And if this goes through tonight, when do you start? Right away?
Yeah.
3 months ago, yeah.
3 months ago. Exactly. Okay, all right. We do things just the way it's supposed to be done here in Huntsville.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you, and thank you for coming tonight to introduce yourself. That's great.
Thanks.
Okay. Exactly. All right, with that, we're moving to our deputations, and we do have 2 tonight, starting with former councillor Timothy Withey. And Timothy Withey. And welcome, Tim. You can sit wherever as long as you speak into the mic. Yeah, exactly, because no one knows who you are. There you go. Welcome, Tim. Over
Thank
to
you. Thanks for letting me come this evening. I've got a little thing I want to share with you. I'm here tonight to request your support on behalf of over 300 leaseholders in Algonquin Park, as this council did in 2012. As you may know, families have multi-generational roots in the park, as the last new leases were granted in 1954. What began originally as 99-year leases were transformed into a 21-year renewal process that resulted in much anxiety, as many different provincial governments flirted with the removal of our cherished summer cottages. Logging, a main reason the provincial parks were formed, summer camps for children, lodges and commercial operations, and leaseholders have been part of the Park Master Plan since the beginning and have been a part of the fabric of the park. The most recent renewal in 2017, approved by the Kathleen Wynne government, became an arduous process, as we were required to make many changes to our properties by the cottage law team headquartered in Peterborough. This came with significant monetary costs and much stress, as we weren't certain an extension would be granted at that time. Currently, the program in place gave us 5 years to comply with the changes demanded by the cottage law team before the extension to 2038 was granted. This compliance period was recently extended for 2 more years because of the pandemic. And much like the US election process, whenever we get a renewal, we get down to work on the process for the next one. A lot of time, money, and resources are utilized by the leaseholders and the province. something the ministry recognizes as a significant waste of resources over that time. Let me add here that we as a group feel very privileged and grateful to our continued use of the park. We have a long love affair with the park that stretches back many generations, in my case back to 1919. Recently, the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks has proposed a significant change to how leases are handled in the park. They are proposing a return to multi-generational leases to provide security and certainty to our continued residency. With this proposal, we are required to pay significant increases on our lease rate for this privilege and will lose the right to sell our leases, able to hand them down to family members only. If a lease is abandoned, it becomes property of the Crown. Our cottages are small and discreet, and we are very conscious of our effect on the environment. We have been described as great stewards of the park, not to mention the many lives we have saved over the years as inexperienced canoe trippers venture out into the wilderness and are overcome with bad weather and find themselves in distress. There have been extensive consultations with the Indigenous communities recently as well. They have all been positive surrounding the recent 2017 renewal process. In this new proposal, the ministry has committed to taking the lead in consultations with the Indigenous communities that are vested in Algonquin Park. Our group represents significant economic benefits to the surrounding communities, such as Huntsville and Muskoka, and we are regular generous donors to the Huntsville Hospital Foundation, who has written a letter to the minister expressing their support for this plan. I hope that you will see fit to submit a motion of support and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for that. And you, I know, have already talked to our clerk here, and so we have some suggested wording for a proposed amendment, and it's on our agenda for later on.
Yes.
But in the meantime, are there any questions from council? Yes, Councillor Stone.
Just a simple one. It's not within our jurisdiction, so what kind of weight does it carry with the ministry?
Actually, the ministry tasked us to get as much support as we can from surrounding municipalities, hospital foundations, chambers of commerce, and other people, just to sort of fill their file.
Okay.
You know,
Thank you.
because there will be, I mean, there are groups that don't want any human beings in the park at all and want to rip up the highway. So.
And presumably, when the last resolution of council in 2012,
12, yeah.
right? That was along with other resolutions from other councils, and it would have carried some weight, I would think.
Yeah, so yes, I didn't do the deputation to this council because I had to declare
A conflict.
but
I would think.
everyone from Whitney all the way up to North Bay passed motions.
That's what
in
I had
support.
thought, right? So a
Yeah.
lot of work went into that.
Yeah, so it's something that we're very committed to. It's very important to us. I couldn't find my old PowerPoint from 2012 or that I took around, but literally, if anybody's been in there, you could paddle down the lake and you
not-
wouldn't see the cottages. They're
Right.
all sort of, they're not sort of Muskoka type mansions.
Right. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Your Worship. Along that, I'm just wondering, are they all water access? And how many cottages does it actually affect?
So there's 300 or so, 298, 305 is what I've heard. They are all, most of them are along the highway corridor. So they're in, if you look at the master plan for the park, they have actually designated areas for commercial zones and things like that. There are a couple that are old ones that are a little bit inland, but they're not very many. There's a few up in Kiosk in North Bay, out of North Bay. But we're fortunate ourselves. We do have road access. We're one of the few. Most are water access, but ours is, we're right on where the village of Mowat used to be, where our cottage is actually right beside Winnie Trainers, who was, that whole Tom Thompson thing was there. So that's, so the other point to that is that being mostly on the highway corridor, and I would say 98%, tourists aren't allowed to overnight camp on those lakes anyway, so they have to do at least one portage before they camp overnight. So we're not like taking up their space or anything like that.
Right. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to be clear, so originally it was a 21-year lease with the leases, and now you're asking for a multi-generational extended lease?
Yeah, so,
that-
yes, that, and it's kind of interesting because the process kind of is in the works. So the ERO is going to be sent out at the end of next month, which is environmental registry. And then in discussions with the ministry, they use the term multi-generational. They don't know if they're going to go back to 99 years. They could be 70 years. They could be, they're just sick and tired of this process every 21 years. So 54 to 75 to 96 to 2017 to 2038 now. So what they're saying is with the extension because of the pandemic, they're working on changing the whole thing. So the 2038 number would be moved to whatever they want. So the camps, I believe in 2003 got a 60-year renewal, for example. So it's not uncommon.
Just to follow up, Your Worship, if I may, you said that there would be an increase in the lease rates as well. Is it substantial, or is
Oh,
it?
it's substantial
Okay.
now. I mean, we were not paying a lot, I have to admit. I mean, for years,
Right.
when I was a kid, it was like $65 a year. We went from paying $4,000 a year because we had road access to now we're at now, this is before the multi-generational thing, we're at 14,000, which if you compare it to taxes around here, it's pretty steep and we get no services, but we're happy. But that's why a lot of places were in this last, like from 2017, a lot of places change hands. So like Roy Kirkpatrick bought one. And
So Tim, if I'm correct, I did have a quick glance at the proposed amendment, and it almost looks like what we're supporting is in perpetuity. We're not putting a date as to the support, which kind of makes sense, whatever the date.
yeah,
they,
because we
you know.
don't know that number
Yeah,
yet. We
and
haven't
so-
been told what it is.
Yeah.
So we're working with the minister. This was all his idea, actually. He was like, this is ridiculous. Why are we doing this over and over? When over the years, there was sort of threats to kick us out, but they weren't. They need our money. Yeah.
Okay.
By
Are there-
300.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank
You
you.
know the drill.
I do.
Yeah, perfect. No, I don't think you ought to. I don't think you ought to, but you know, if you want to. All right, thanks, Tim, appreciate it. And with that, we'll invite Scott Young, if you could come down, sir. Scott is here to give us an update, reminder about all of the great work of the Muskoka Conservancy. Welcome.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Good to see you all. It's great to be here in Huntsville. Yeah, I don't have any ask of you whatsoever. I'm here to introduce myself. I know every 4 years you have an election, and every 4 years the faces around the table change, and so approximately every 4 years I like to come and say hello and tell you a little bit about what we do at Muskoka Conservancy. So many of you might not know that there is a network of local land trusts across Ontario, and so there is ours called Muskoka Conservancy. We deal largely within the political boundaries of sort of the District of Muskoka, but we do operate also outside of them. In fact, the north end of Lake Joseph is in Seguin Township, part of the Parry Sound District, and we have several properties there. We're currently looking at a property just around Novar, which again, outside of Muskoka, but you know, within kind of the wheelhouse. Just north of us, there's Magneta One Watershed Land Trust. Just south of us, there's Couchiching Conservancy. And there's all across the province, there's local land trusts working to do nature conservation on a local level. On small parcels of land, could be 100 acres, could be 50 acres, could be a wetland, could be a forest, all kinds of different properties. We work with private landowners. Sometimes we purchase property. There is no government funding for what we do. There's occasional grants that we can apply for, but all of our operating funds have to be raised in order for us to continue doing what we've been doing, and we're proud to say that we've been doing it for over 35 years, starting in 1987. Our first properties that were acquired were in the early 90s on Lake Muskoka, and we've, I guess, over the course of years, have worked up to over 50 properties now. We work hard to find new properties and find new conservation land every day. We work with willing partners in the community, landowners who want to see their land protected in perpetuity, and we'll work side by side with them through process to get that done. Our 50 properties, 51 actually, we just closed on another one in February, include over 60,000 feet of natural shoreline on our big lakes, including Lake Vernon, Lake of Bays, Lake Muskoka, Rosso, Joseph. It's not always easy to acquire these properties. As many of you know, the property values can be a little bit elevated here. And so we have to work hard to come up with those resources to make that happen. And like I said, we're proud to have been doing it for 35 years and continue to do it. We have over 4,000 acres of land under protection. But we're not all about just amassing properties and protecting them for their ecological values. We also have a series of sort of carefully selected programs that we run to help kind of generate a bit of love for nature and a little bit interest in ecology and the environment. So we have a thing called the Nature Quest guided hikes. We arrange for experts like biologists, ecologists to lead a hike. And we try to offer these once a month, and we take people out to any one of our properties, go on a hike, and people can often learn about how to say, like, our most recent one is how to identify trees in the wintertime. And so there's little tricks and tips you can learn to, when the foliage is off and things are all kind of looking a little bit gray sometimes, you can still find ways to identify different trees. We sometimes run an outing on mammal tracking, and so you can actually go out with an expert who can identify all the tracks in the snow and the different types of mammals. And so it's just a fun way to get people out on the land, get people appreciating nature, and learning a bit more about why it's special here in Muskoka. I'm not really going to go into much more, except to say that we're proud to operate in the town of Huntsville. I think we have, we kind of think of Huntsville, Lake of Bays together sometimes, so I think there's 13 or 14 properties, Huntsville, Lake of Bays. I think 8 of them are in Huntsville, several around Lake Vernon. We've got a couple on Penn Lake. And so these are beautiful properties, and anytime, if you're ever interested in joining us on one of our hikes, just, you know, if you pay attention to our website or our social media, you can always see when we're going out, and if there's an outing that interests you, we'd be proud to have you on board and show you around some of the land that we have. And so, yeah, like no ask, just a general introduction. I might not have said who I am, but you saw on your agenda, I'm Scott Young. I'm the Executive Director of Muskoka Conservancy. One thing I will mention, actually, is we just are in the process of onboarding 7 new board members, and they are fantastic people, terrific backgrounds, very solid leadership skills, and we're really proud to bring some new energy on board. So we're really happy to announce that we've got these new board members, and we're going to be going through a bit of an onboarding process that might involve some growing pains, but it's going to be a good process, and we're looking forward to having that new team fully harnessed. Oh, hi, Simone. So yeah, with that, that's my introduction. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And
Thank you, Scott. That's great. I always love hearing about all of the great stuff that the Conservancy is doing. And I, at some point, will do one of those guided
That'd be great.
walking
We'd love
tours.
to have
I
you
would
along, yeah.
love to do it. And I keep thinking, so I will ask if there are questions. Yes, Councillor Stone.
Thank you. 2 questions. So first one is, do you have to manage your properties? And I'm thinking about like beaver dams and things like that.
Yeah, we actually have a policy of trying to visit each one of our properties at least once a year. Quite often we're there more, and some properties, like, we have some real deep bush properties that you wouldn't eat, like, we could go there once a year, but I mean, they would look pretty much the same every year. So we tend to focus on the management required is the properties that are closer to sort of where people are. And occasionally we'll have some boundary type incursions where, you know, a neighboring property owner might think, oh, you know, I'll just park my boat in the woods here and like cut down a couple trees, and like, we know where our property boundaries are, and you know, it's just a little conversation with the neighbor about, hey, you know, like, let's walk the property line, and you know, how about we pull your boat out of here? You know, just little things. There's typically nothing major. We do have several beaver dams. We're a nature conservancy, so we typically let the beavers do their natural thing. And so, I mean, in many ways, we owe the landscape we have in Muskoka to beavers. So I know there's lots of different opinions on that, especially probably with your Public Works Department, trying to manage some roads. May have a different opinion on beavers, but we kind of like them. We like the sort of tiered wetland scenario that they create. And so, but, yeah.
And there's a real art to that, right?
Oh, geez, yeah.
To working with the beavers and that
Yeah.
tiered wetland. I know where I live very close to me, our community sort of manages the beaver pond and the
Yeah,
neighboring
there's different
wetlands.
ways of managing the water levels,
Yep.
beaver baffles, et cetera.
Yep.
If it's critical that, you know, you have to manage them, and the beavers tend not to listen very well. But so if you get into managing water levels in a beaver dam, it is an ongoing thing, so.
Okay, and a follow-up?
The second
Councillor-
question was, where do you get your money to acquire more land?
We typically raise it by talking to our friends, networking. There are occasionally some grants that are available through the federal and provincial governments. Often those are matching, however. So right now I'm looking at a property that's $800,000, and I can apply for a grant, a provincial grant that will give me $1 for every $1.50 I raise. Right, so you need to be working with private people who have some resources in order to get even just qualify for a match from government programs. So we work with family foundations quite a bit, as much as we can. Over the years, because we've been around a while, we've got a pretty extensive database and network of private donors that we work with. Sometimes there are some excellent tax incentives for nature conservation. And so sometimes if there's a private landowner that has a large property they would like to see protected, and perhaps they can't necessarily afford to donate the land, but they could donate a portion of the land and accept payment for the balance. It's called a split receipt, and that's quite often a really good tool, because the receipt value can actually be applied against your income, like any gift, but it can also be applied against the capital gain. So it's like a little extra boost for that nature conservation donation that we appreciate very much from the federal government. So
That's great. Are there any other questions? One quick one. A little birdie told me that the Conservancy is working with Climate Action Muskoka and maybe developing a conference or I don't know, something
the
in
electric
May?
vehicle
Yeah.
thing, yeah. So actually, maybe I'll just take that opportunity to tell you a couple of things that are upcoming, including. So
that would
we
be
are
really
working with Climate Action Muskoka and this is it's a bit of a pioneering project. We've never done anything like this before, and it's basically a showcase of electric vehicles where we're working to attract several different types of electric vehicles. So like we're trying to get a Rivian pickup truck and trying to get different types of electric vehicles. So no hybrids, only full electric vehicles. along with a couple of expert speakers to be able to answer people's questions and concerns about them, because I know there's a lot of discussion going around about really how much of a solution they will be, or how effective, or all that range anxiety and the cold weather questions about batteries. So we're trying to put together a bit of a package where people can go, maybe walk around a couple of these things, test drive one, and get a few answers about that. And that is scheduled to be May 27th. We're still working on a venue. I think right now it looks like it might be the J.D. Lang Fairgrounds in Bracebridge. It's right on Highway 11, so easy to get to. So that is in the works, and it is a partnership with Climate Action Muskoka. And so, you know, pay attention to our website and social media. You can learn more about that there. Upcoming, just quickly, May 6th is our native plant sale. We've been doing a native plant sale for over 25 years. And it's where people can go to our website, order native plants, and then pick them up on May 6th for planting around their properties. This was started because many of the invasive species we have in Muskoka were accidentally introduced by people just through no ill intention, just thought they looked pretty in their garden. And so now that's why we have things like Phragmites popping up all over the place. And even that really toxic one, the name's escaping me right now, giant hogweed, was an actual garden plant that's now like recognized as, you know, potentially lethal to some people. So there's that native plant sale, May 6th, EVs, May 27th. Yeah, I'll leave it at that and let you carry on with your business, which I'm
Thanks,
sure is-
Scott, and that was a last-minute thing, but I really appreciate it, because especially the native plant sale, because that is a really cool thing.
Yeah.
Really neat. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, if anybody has any questions, please just look me up.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye. All right, so moving right along, we're moving to agenda item number 5. And with respect to previous council minutes, number 1, I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that the regular council meeting minutes dated February 27th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? And that carries. Second motion, I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that Planning Council meeting minutes dated March 15th, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated. All those in favor? And that carries. All right. Moving right along to agenda item 6, reports from committees. First one, we have 4 under this section. The first one being 6.1.1, the Huntsville Public Library Board. Councillor Cloutier, is there anything you'd like to highlight?
Yes, through you, Your Worship. The library board is hopeful to get the new board applicants. The closing end deadline at the end of March. They're extremely busy right now with the tax clinics going on over there. The CRA program within the partnership with the district. Also, the March break was quite a zoo over there apparently, which was good. Lots of traffic, and foot count is the biggest they've seen since the pandemic. And everything seems to go on. There's a walkabout through the committee tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So all the board members are meeting there tomorrow morning at 10. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Exciting to see things happening in the library again. I actually had some feedback from a number of people in our community that were really happy that we extended the hours back at the library. So that was really neat. 6.1.2, Downtown Huntsville BIA. I know there weren't any minutes, but Councillor Renwick, do you want to?
Yeah, just a brief update that they did have their AGM last week, and they held it at the Mill on Main, which is wonderful when you have an AGM that you can actually host at a business downtown, which I think is great. There was great food. They put to bed a couple of, let's say, resolutions just for the streetscape is now complete within the for the BIA, so it's great. That's a great thing. They took it off their books, that it's done. And I think, well, the patio and most of the patio policy has been completed, but we talked about that before, so that's good. Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you.
that. I don't see any questions of Councillor Renwick, so moving to 6.1.3, the Huntsville Lake of Bays Chamber of Commerce. Councillor Renwick, back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of updates. We did have a meeting back on February 27th, and just a couple of highlights that the Maple Festival is happening on Saturday, April 29th. There's also a job fair that's happening with the YMCA, and that is on Thursday, April 6th at the Jack Bionda Arena from 11 till 4. The Muskoka Craft Beer Festival is coming up as well, and that's on Saturday, May 20th at River Mill Park, 11 till 6. So, and they're also working on their AGM, and that's coming up shortly as well, but we'll get details on that.
Okay. Thank you for that. And finally, the last report for information only is 6.1.4, the Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tourism Tax Update. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'll just refer to my notes. I guess the first thing I'll speak to is our chair is no longer our chair. So we'll be looking for a new chair for that committee, which is unfortunate, but we're going to be in good shape thanks to a lot of the stuff that chair did for us while he was in that position. So that's good news. We're looking at some very exciting things to fund. We had a presentation by the UPLA organization, which is part of Treetop Trekking. So we're looking at bringing something to town that could potentially be a game changer. It's, imagine the biggest trampoline in the world, but it's in the trees, and it's at one with nature, and there's like actual kind of like walking trails amongst the trees, and then trampolines that the kids can have a lot of fun on. It can be lighted at night. There's one in Montreal right now, and when they launched it, they were sold out within a few minutes. So we're looking at that as an option. The presenters were amazing. And that would tie into maybe potentially some stuff with Eclipse and everything else. And can I speak to our meeting about that we had last? Is that later on?
Accommodation, I think you can speak from a high level
Yeah, sure.
general discussion.
Yeah, staff did bring back a report to HMATA about us moving forward with them as a DMO potentially, and that's a work in progress, so that's something that there'll be more to report on down the road. But we have decided as a staff that we would like to have a DMO, and we're just working out the fine details about that. That's about it for now.
Oops, thank you for that. And basically, that report will be coming back to council, as council hasn't had the opportunity for a full discussion around that. Okay, thank you for that. Moving right along to 6.2, so reports for adoption. And the first report, it has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the General Committee meeting minutes dated March 1st, 2023 be adopted as printed and circulated with the exception of recommendation GC 39-23, which is to be pulled and voted on separately. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. So, moving right along. So, I do have a motion with respect to the item that was pulled. It has been moved by Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that committee approve a change in service level for the Brunel lift locks to Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays only, including holiday Mondays for the 2023 boating season, and further that staff be directed to develop a communication strategy and plan to communicate the changes to the public, and further that staff be directed to monitor the usage of the locks, including number of vessels and revenues, and provide council with a report on the usage of locks in November of 2023 with a service level recommendation for the 2024 boating season. So this was the item that was pulled. And with that, I am going to ask Councillor Clark if you would like to speak to why you had it pulled.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I asked for the Brunel Locks report to be looked at and voted on separately at this council meeting, as we just discussed. I felt that it deserved a second look and some more conversation before the decision is made final. I received a lot of feedback from residents and cottagers and realtors that reached out to me personally by phone and by email about the proposed service level change for the locks. So to those people, I want you to know that I heard your concerns, and I understand that it's not a service that many people would like to see cut. So based on the volume of feedback that I received, I will be voting not to cut service level at Brunel Locks. Regardless of how the vote goes tonight, we should have staff continue to monitor the usage of the locks. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Clark. Yes, Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Your Worship. I'd just like to have a record of vote on this item. Also, because I'm the member there, I had a lot of calls about this, and I only had one in support of the motion, and it was because of shore erosion. She was happy, the constituent was happy that it was cut back, but I mean, once I talked to her and said, you know, like the shore erosion, the boat traffic is still gonna be there. You know, if it's not on here, it's another day or whatever. And also another constituent brought it wasn't so much the boat usage as the amount of people going through the locks. I mean, you could take a pontoon boat with 8 or 10 people on it, that's 10 people using that facility, or you can take a normal boat with, or fishing boat with one in it. But as Councillor Clark committed, I think we should continue to monitor the situation, but I'm definitely, as before, totally against cutting the hours back on this, because if we do, we have to go back into all of the town of Huntsville's advertising and everything, because we do advertise 40 miles of boating, which we will not be providing if we do this. And also a lot of people that purchase properties, they purchase them with the idea of 40 miles of boating. And again, we're not providing that service to them. And for the amount of money that we're gonna save, I think there's other places we could find, if we really had to find that amount of money, we could find the places, but rather than taking it away from service. Also, when we did the budget, we were all happy here with the budget at the time, saying that, you know, we brought in a reasonable tax hike that everybody's appealed to without cutting service. 2 weeks later, we come back with that motion. So just something to look at, that, you know, and it's not bad to be able to realize that you made a mistake. Makes us honest. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cluche. And certainly I heard you want a recorded vote, so the clerk, I'm sure, made note of that. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'll second Councillor Cluche and Councillor Clark's thoughts. I believe as a community, this is something we've offered for years, and I apologize, I was away for the one meeting, so I believe I got filled in from Councillor Clark as to what was going on. I don't see this as something we should be cutting at all. I think we're providing this access for people all the way down from Mary Lake to get into town and vice versa. So I'd be definitely voting no, that we wouldn't cut that service.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would concur. I did not vote in favor of this motion, so just wanted to say I still am not in favor of the motion, and I support Councillor Clark's idea of expanding it and not cutting the service. So, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Stone?
Thanks. Yeah, I originally voted in favor of this, cutting this level of service, looking for efficiencies. I don't disagree with what's been said tonight. I've been through the locks in a boat, and it's really quite quaint, and it's one of the magical places here in Huntsville, and those services we provide. It's not a large amount of money to have a second person running it, so I'm happy to change my mind and keep the current level of service.
Okay, Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor Stone. I was in favor of it at the time because I like for us to sort of look at efficiencies, but I do agree with Councillor Cloutier that it didn't show good faith when we had just passed a budget saying we weren't going to cut services and then turn around and come back and cut services. I know we've tasked staff to look at that, but maybe again, let's look at it from a standpoint. So now we're going to review it. I am in agreement with that. I still think we need to review that service level and then maybe come back in a year or two and see where we are there.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour?
Well, just in fear of repeating what everybody else has said, I didn't vote in favor of it originally either, but I'm just glad that Councillor Clark pulled this, and I think that we've all had a change of heart here, and I'm really happy to see it.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fitzgerald? Fine.
Thank you, Worship. I guess this just proves that the process works, where we have time to hear from the public on things where maybe we haven't had enough time to get all the necessary opinions tabulated to make that informed decision. So I'm happy with the process, and I did support the vote the first time around, and I don't think I will be this time. I would like to request that in gathering information for operations of the locks next year, that we would include number of passengers on the vessel in that information that comes to us for budgeting purposes. And I guess one final thought is, there seemed to be a bit of confusion about us maybe abandoning the locks and some of the work that need to be done there. And I just want to inform the public out there that's definitely not the case. We have every intention of doing all the necessary repairs to the locks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fitzgerald. And with that, I see that everybody has had an opportunity. Oh, so Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick one. If we could just state what the price is, the season pass compared to everything else. But I think in the original report it said $950 for a seasonal pass or something. Can we just put it on record what it actually is?
I think that our finance director is going to look that up. And while she's doing that, I'm going to say that I also have had a change of heart. I know I did support it, but I was really reluctant, and I started off saying I wasn't going to support it, and then I changed my mind after the dialogue. But I agree with Councillor Fitzgerald. The one thing that this has proven to me is I hate causing the community anxiety, but it shows the process working. We have a discussion at our general committee, and then 2 weeks later, the issues that we talked about are to be ratified at council. And if we've really gone off in some direction that clearly is a mistake, and I certainly will speak for myself, you know, maybe not a terribly well thought out vote, then we can change the course and do exactly what we're doing right now, with one councillor pulling that agenda item to have this full discussion. And like all of the other councillors said, I received lots of written letters, not just emails and phone calls, but written letters, and respectful and well thought out of all of the different reasons about anything from, did we think about what a great summer job this is for a student? And it is part of who we are, and we didn't talk about that 2 weeks ago, but there's just a myriad of reasons why this is really important to our community. So thank you, Councillor Clark, for pulling it, and thank you all of council for, thinking about it. And with that, I'll ask our director if we have the response on the fees.
So it's $75 for the season's pass, and it's $92 for the regular pass.
Which is quite reasonable, quite reasonable. All right, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just further to what Deputy Mayor Armour said about the fees, we didn't really discuss increasing those fees. That was never an option on the table.
No, it wasn't. It was
But
just.
could that be,
If that is, then we're looking for, first we have to deal with the
Right.
motion before us, and the motion before us is based on the staff report, which is
Right.
what we voted on last time.
Okay.
So first we have to deal with that. If there is an appetite, and I will need to ask the clerk before I say something that's completely out of line, would we be able to put a new motion here now with respect to direction, depending on what happens with this? Okay, so I would suggest that come back to a general committee, not here. Okay. Councillor Renwick, if there are thoughts about issuing other direction to staff, then I would say, let's bring that back to general committee and not get into a discussion around that tonight around council. I think that would be my preference, and certainly it's the clerk's preference, so they rule, clerk rules. So, yes, Councillor Schumacher.
Well, I was going to say, or maybe could that be part of the discussion when staff bring back their results? We can look at a change in fees and bylaws at that time.
It depends how quickly. Some councillors might want to provide some further direction, so it might be before then. Again, I would suggest it not be here tonight, and let's deal with what we've got. And then we can have a further discussion. Okay, so you all know what the motion is, and it's a request for a recorded vote, so I'm going to turn it over to our clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I'm going to call Councillor Clark.
I'll be voting no.
Councillor Cloutier.
I'll be voting no.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
No.
Councillor Morrison.
Nope.
Councillor Renwick.
no?
Councillor Schumacher.
No?
Councillor Stone.
No.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
No.
Mayor Alcock.
No.
Motion fails 9-0.
Okay, so there you have it. And I think that was a good day for our community. Thank you. All right, so moving right along, I have to focus now. I should actually thank our community for following council and advising when needed. That's really helpful, especially when it's done respectfully, which it was. So thank you. All right, we are now moving to agenda item number 7, reports from municipal officers. And with 7.1, it is with respect to report number CAO 2023-04, process for next strategic plan. And I see both our CAO and Andrew are joining us. Over to you two.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So yes, I have with me this evening Andrew Zanier, and Andrew Zanier is our records coordinator, not information. And Andrew has graciously agreed
Okay,
to assist.
CAO Corey, I'm
so
told
sorry.
I have to stop you right now because I forgot to read the motion, sorry. There is a motion with respect to this item, and it has been moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Be it resolved that staff be directed to issue a request for proposal to retain a consultant for the development of the new Town of Huntsville strategic plan as allocated within the 2023 operating budget. Over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to continue on, Andrew has graciously offered to assist me with this process in not only working on the strategic plan moving forward, but also to report. You'll see a report on Wednesday for our strategic plan and the outstanding items. So Andrew is my partner in crime in this initiative. So just a really brief update, Your Worship and members of council. I won't spend too much time as the report is fairly detailed. Our current plan, as you are aware, does expire the end of this year. The reason being for that was to allow the current council some time to get in, established, and settled before we dive on the next adventure. So the plan is coming to an end, and I think it's really important to note that this is probably one of the most important plans that the corporation will have in place. It is a guiding document that clearly states where council envisions this municipality in the future. It also identifies the goals that you wish staff to focus on for this term of council. It sets the priorities by identifying your priorities through the strategic plan. We then develop business plans which help with implementation. It talks about timeline, funding sources, and staff resources. And then it will also follow up with, we call it a report card, so that we can report back to the community on your behalf on the accomplishments within the plan. So a really, really intricate document that all other plans would certainly attach to and follow. So just a bit of the history. We have done a lot of our strategic plans internally. The last one, searching through our municipal records, is 2011, where we did retain a consultant to do the plan. It was Stuart Morley, for those of you that were around at that time, and actually, I'm not so sure any of you were. Okay, I was here when Stuart Morley did that, so it's 2011. And outside of that, we have taken on the plans internally. So we have developed staff working groups. We have connected with the District of Muskoka as well to partner with them to get our plans done. But this year we are, for this plan, we are suggesting that we do retain a consultant. There's lots happening in the industry right now, and I think by us to continue to do it in-house, that we might be missing out on some opportunities that might be great for our community. And to tie it into that is also the lack of resources internally to actually focus on the development of this plan. So the process of the plan is clearly outlined in your report. It talks about the consultation. The key thing to remember is there's consultation not only with members of council, staff, but there's lots of consultation with the community. The consultant will circle back with the findings so that not only council and staff and the community have another chance to look at it before they finalize the document. So that will come through the process within the RFP that would be circulated if approved. The timelines are, if approved by council, hoping to have the RFP out early to mid-April, so it will be very tight turnaround, but Andrew is on that, preparing the RFP for us. And then we would hope that the deadlines we'd identify would be that we'd have to have a final draft plan before our council, I would say November, December, so that we have it locked in before the start of the next year. So that's not a lot of time. It will be a quick turnover, but we do anticipate that it's something that could be met within those timelines. So it also notes in the report that we did have a budget line item that was approved by council to fund to have a consultant complete the plan. So we do believe that we have financial resources to move forward. So I believe that's, unless my colleague has anything to add, Your Worship, I think that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions with respect to this? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I'm curious because I heard that Grevenhurst is going through their strategic plan at the same time. So I just wonder if there's any opportunity there for efficiencies that may be joining them and saving some cash, because we're all in Muskoka, and maybe not the same size, but might be an opportunity for us.
So through Your Worship, so partnering with the strategic plan, I don't believe. I've actually heard within the District of Muskoka, it is very unique for each municipality. In our particular case, we did have the opportunity to go through a vendor of record, pardon me, where we could have actually selected through the provincial government has vendors of records that we can tag on to. But I have actually been contacted by a number of consultants, rightly so, new term of council, everyone figures that you're working on a strategic plan, whereby I have directed them to our website and suggested that they register for when we go out for procurement. So even though there might have been an opportunity to partner, or there might have been an opportunity to use a VOR, with the interest that's been expressed, I just think from a transparency and accountability perspective, it was best to just go out with our own RFP. And certainly the individuals that are doing the other plans could make a submission. And we're all at different stages, that's the other part. that makes it a bit of a challenge. So definitely would have been something we would have considered, but I just didn't feel it was appropriate for us at this time.
It's also worthy of note that the district, and you may have said this, the district is also currently have started their update of the strategic plan as well. So to your point, CEO Corey, that the consultant that is doing that may be also interested in responding to our RFP, which would have some synergy. Yeah, yeah. And who knows? Any other? Yes, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Denise. Just a question, has it ever occurred or has it ever happened that a council would choose not to take on a new strategic plan and continue with the plan that's, you know, the one that was less than 4 years ago? Is that, thank you. That's the
Thank you for the question, Councillor Renwick. So through your worship, so it is fairly common for municipalities to have longer term plans. So for example, the town of Bracebridge has a 10-year plan, and what they did this term is they presented that plan to their new council, and that is actually an option that is outlined in my report as well. We could just continue on with our current plan. So you have the option to have a longer term plan. So that's something we would be looking at our consultant to make recommendation on whether they felt we should be entering into a 5 or 10-year strategic plan. So it can go longer, and council certainly has the ability to say that they would just like to continue with the existing strategic plan, the vision, mission, values that are currently identified, and then we could just update the goals and objectives that are within that plan. So that is an option within the report.
Right. And just to follow up to that, because we're looking at $60,000 potentially that was not put in the budget for this particular consultant to come in. And I was looking at the actual...
Correction, we actually did budget
So we
for
did
this.
put it in?
Yeah.
I thought for 7, right, okay. Looking at the actual completion and the start and the complete portions of the strategic plan, I think we've completed and started 45% of the plan from 2019 up until 2023. 54% we did not start and is still continuous. So we're looking at about 50% of things that we could still do. So I guess my question is, do we ever do that? Not go, you said it does happen, right? We don't always.
If I may jump in just
Yeah.
for 1 second, because the way the updates I've been involved in since I've been on council have not been, they've been more or less the internal updates, tweaking of an old plan, bringing it up to date and asking staff to do that. And I understand completely this sort of a reluctance if you have an existing plan and part of it's working or whatever. There's another side from my perspective anyway, and that is that we have a new council, like in many respects. And I think that if you look at the last update, it was more of a tweaking as opposed to refining and honing in on perhaps a handful of very significant priorities. The last plan that we were looking at, we have a whole lot of areas, a lot of things. And from my perspective, I think there's some real value. From what I heard in the last election, there are some significant pillars that we may want to, as a council, with our staff and some community, that can be discussed as to how extensive or whether or not council is a representative. That's a whole other issue. But I do think there's some value in really having a look at the direction of where we want to go. And maybe, to your point, Councillor Renwick, not 5 years, but 10 years. And saying this is, because I do think there have been some significant shifts in our community and society in general since the last time we did this. That's my view anyway. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I've worked for obviously various agencies that use provincial funding and taxpayer dollars as well. They tend to go out to a consultant and to, I think, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Armour's point and Chair Alcock's point, there are consultants that are sort of tailored to that. So like in my other work, it's developmental services, and they tend to be the consultant that work within those same, and one agency might use one that somebody else has used. So you have the opportunity with the expertise of that consultant, and as you say, may tie in well with the district plan. That being said, I also like the sort of outside ideas coming in, because no disrespect to our staff, but I think sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees, right? You get kind of stuck in the weeds of what your portfolio or your program is, and trying to get those out to known, which is great, but I think that outside sort of, you know, that impartial view is a good thing to take into consideration.
Okay, Councillor Stone.
Thank you.
I'm missing that.
I'm not so eager to hire a consultant. Very often in the past 8 years, I've been left wanting by what we get for our money. I know that we've just hired a new person to help us with our 3 new committees, which are going to deal with a fair number of items that are in our old strategic plan already. So we're going to make some great advancements, hopefully through those committees. I think we as a town are pretty good at holding public meetings and engaging with the public. I think we could be a little better at engaging, but nonetheless, I'm not prepared to spend $50,000, $60,000 on a consultant, personally.
All right. Okay, so I think Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I'd like to echo some of Councillor Renwick's comments that I think a longer 5 to 10 year plan would probably be better. One thing I've learned in my short time here so far is how slow things can move at times at the municipal government level. So I think it makes more sense to have a longer strategic plan to give us more time to accomplish more things. Just a few thoughts ahead.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really enjoyed the process whereby how we developed our strategic plan previously, and it was done internally with council and I guess a mediator, or I don't know what the exact terminology was, and then we went out, right? So Molly came from the district to help us out with our plan.
Molly did, but Molly's role was fairly limited.
Yes.
What Molly's capable of. I should say, at the district, Molly is involved. She is a staffer with the district, and she's involved, but she actually is acting as the liaison between the consultant that the district hired and with the steering committee, of which I'm a part of, which will eventually, council is the next phase, and that is actually the first week of April, that we will be dealing with the consultant directly and Molly. So Molly, the last time, she played a limited role, and anyway, just saying.
Yeah, and that's why I feel it was our plan. And I think that, you know, having accomplished 45% of that plan is a reasonable thing to accomplish in that period of time. I'm just wondering if we should have more direction about where we want to go before we go through the whole process. You know, and I know you and I discussed this previously, and when do we do this? And I think we collectively need to probably have a meeting just on this. It's that critical moving forward, and I agree with some of the comments that have been put forth. Is it a long enough plan? You know, and I appreciate the CAO wanting to update the plan and wanting to get a consultant and do the best thing for council and the community. I just wonder if we're running before we walk and have the information and the direction we need to put that consultant in.
Okay, I have a response, but it's not for me to respond. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you want to respond first, that's okay. I can wait.
Very quickly, I was thinking if Councillor Fitzgerald wants to throw that out, which all suggestions are perfectly legit. We do have on the agenda at General Committee a discussion that I think Andrew is going to lead at General Committee, maybe with our CAO, whoever, but it is on our current strategic plan, which could morph into a discussion about going forward. Just saying, that is a possibility if council wants to stew on this for a little bit longer. Just saying. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. The only thing I'm hesitant on here is that we did bring this during the budget process, and we did approve the spend of $60,000 on a consultant, so I kind of feel like we're backtracking now. However, it's an important reason to backtrack if we feel that the spend isn't warranted. You know, I'm not disagreeing with that. I think we have to be careful sometimes when we go through the process and staff brings all their wants and we approve them, and then we decide that we're just not going to go there. So I think maybe I'm getting around the table that perhaps we want to have a strategic plan review first, which is what you're alluding to, and then maybe we decide how much of a consultant we need. Maybe it's not a full consultation, maybe it's a segmented consultation on a portion of the strategic plan and implementation. But if we do go down that road, I strongly suggest we try to have synergies with the consultant that is doing the Muskoka, District of Muskoka strategic plan. Because I think it'd be kind of strange if we do our plan and then a separate consultant consults on the Muskoka strategic plan and it doesn't align with our values. So I would try to, but maybe that comes up when we have our roundtable about it. So again, just my thoughts are we did approve it at the budget level, so it's something to consider.
If I can, I know the CAO she has her light on and has, and at any time you can jump right in. I appreciate that comment as well. I confess I didn't start off saying that we need to do it right away until I started, one, because we created the 3 new standing committees, but I will digress a little bit of what you said, Councillor Stone. You said we're now fulfilling what we have in our current strategic plan. Climate change isn't really. I figure that is part of our new, non-existent strategic plan going forward. We sort of jumped the gun because we as a council agreed, here are some issues that we need to move on really quickly. Some of them were in there, like active transportation, no question. So once that got started, and because I have been involved at the district with their strategic plan process, and discussions with our CAO, I think she's put a very strong argument going forward that it's been a while since we have had serious outside help on this. And that's what the district did. They have Molly, and yes, they have, in essence, the facilitator too, to kind of do the internal things. But they took that approach, and I do believe that if ever there is a time, it is right now, because the landscape out in our community has changed so dramatically in some ways over the last 4 years. And I do think it is really important that the strategic plan that we develop, we get it right. And I also love the comment that let's have this be a longer, period, 10 years out, so that we're not revisiting this with another consultant, in 5 years or whatever. But I have been moved on this, and I agree. We did put the money, we agreed to it in the budget. The CAO was insistent at the time, and we did. So, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's been 10 years since we had an actual professional look at our strategic plan. And our staffing, what we have today for staff, it's difficult for them to actually focus on it. So this gives us an opportunity for one person to focus and bring us up to speed, because I think we might be behind the 8 ball in a few things. And the way the town has grown, the settlement area is getting bigger, we need to look at all avenues of it and come up with real solid goals that we can achieve. So that's and whether it's 4 years or 5 years, I'm all for it. We need to get somebody in here to get us in the right direction.
Deputy Mayor. Councillor Schumacher.
Well, and I think, as you said, to your point, Mayor Alcock, that we declared a climate emergency, and that was after we had already developed the strategic plan in like 2019.
Right.
So some things, even in the last 3 years, have changed that we're not even incorporating into our own plan currently.
Exactly. And there have been other, as we'll discover later on, other declarations that have been declared since then. So I just think the community, some of the issues have really escalated and, well, as we'll discuss later with one of our proposals. So are there any other questions or comments about this? Because I have read the motion and it is with respect to retaining a consultant. So yes, Councillor Schumacher.
Are we looking at doing an internal thing first, or are we just gonna go with this one?
This motion is specifically a request for proposals. And I'm assuming that, as the CAO alluded to, the sooner we can do this, the better. And we will still have our discussion at General Committee about our existing strategic plan, where that fits in, what we do with that while we're going through this process. So, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I think we all need to realize, too, this doesn't take us out of the equation to be involved in the strategic planning process, right? If we decide to go ahead with this consultant, we can review the old strategic plan, we can be heavily involved with the new strategic plan, so that doesn't change anything. So I'm in
yeah.
favor of myself going forward with getting it going sooner rather than later.
Okay, and just on that point, hiring a consultant, right, council is like in this knee deep. It is deeper than we probably want to be, but that's their role, is to ensure that we are working through workshops together, doing exactly what Councillor Fitzgerald said we need to do. But they're also escalating that and taking it with they'll do the same with staff, and they'll do the same in some respect, in some way, with community representatives. Yes,
And if I may, Your
Corey.
Worship, just to add to that, so part of the consultation process will also include reviewing existing plans, the Community Services Master Plan, the Fire Master Plan, any plan that we've done. That will be part of the review for the consultant, as well as meeting with the newly established committees that are dealing directly with those plans. So there will be lots of consultation. This will be the first stop for the consultant, will be with you, because before they go out to the community or have any conversations with staff, it will be here around this table. So lots of consultation will take place for sure. And they will review our current strategic plan as well.
Good. Councillor Fitzgerald, did you?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think I was more concerned about the timeline with the new committees, and that it's tight for us, because on a 90-day cycle, how do we make all this happen by the end of 2023 and have a viable, well-thought-out, complete strategic plan? I think it's going to be difficult for us to accomplish that. So my point is that maybe we need to schedule more time. We'll see how it goes at General Committee. I'm just worried about the amount of time that we need to commit to come up with a reasonable plan and have it come to fruition at the end of 23. I'm optimistic. I hope everyone's willing to do the work, because it's a lot of work. So I just worry about the timeline, that's all, and how much communication we need to have about it.
So noted. It's an excellent comment. And yet again, another reason why having an outside consultant help us with that will go a long way. I think, it's just my view. But I agree. So noted. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess further to what Denise just mentioned, that there are 19 different plans that we have on the books. That's a lot of information. And further to what Councillor Fitzgerald said, that's a lot of information to go through. Being a new councillor, I am definitely open to starting fresh with the strategic plan. And I was just asking, like being devil's advocate, asking, does council ever not come up with a new one? So, but yeah, I'm fully support having a consultant and not starting fresh, but looking at what we've got and moving forward. If it's in the budget, which we know it is, I'm in favor of it. So, yeah.
Thank you for those comments. going around. Oh,
Just final
CAO
comment,
Corey?
final comment. Thank you, Worship. So I do hear around the table that there does seem to be a desire for a longer-term plan. It's not something that has to be decided now, but if council is interested in that, that could be the direction that is provided in the resolution if someone should wish to amend it to do a longer-term plan.
Does it need to be in this?
It
in this
doesn't, but
Because
I
you're
just-
just going to
yeah, we're
hire
just
the
going out
consultant?
for a
So the
consultant.
consultant during the process of interview, you
They
could
could,
raise
it was
that
just an
as,
option that I wanted to
that
make sure that
there's
council
lots
was
of
aware.
support around the table unless, and I'm seeing lots of nods. But I don't think we need to amend the resolution for that. But, okay, Councillor Schumacher.
Well, I was just going to say, sorry, through you, that we have, like, your phase one has the facilitated section, or sessions, and that's something that as each counselor, we can bring that to the consultant.
At that point, that's a good, very good suggestion. Okay, I think we've exhausted this conversation, personally. So I am going to call the question. I don't need to reread it, it's a really short motion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, and that carries. Thank you. Thank you for the fulsome discussion. That was good. All right. So moving to our second report from municipal officers, Colleen McDonald is joining us. Welcome, Colleen. And regarding report number OPS 2023-14, Fairy Lake Public Water Access Consultation Process.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I hope
Oh,
you-
sorry, Colleen, I did it again. I have a, and Tanya didn't even give me a dirty look. I just knew it. Moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, be it resolved that Council approve the public consultation plan as outlined in Report OPS 2023-14, and further that staff report back to committee with the results. Over to you, Colleen.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I have outlined for you our intentions, timeframes, and how we intend to go about the public consultation for this topic. And the proposed meeting that we would have at the Summit Center is, pending your approval, is April 12th. So we would do consultation that way in a public forum, as well as have a page on mymuskoka.ca, so that we can gather input on those two properties that are shown in this report. I did attach as well some survey questions. I'm working with our marketing team to make sure that that page is available fairly soon, again, pending approval here tonight.
Okay, thank you for the report. And you're right, it was detailed. Are there questions with respect? Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not so much a question, I just want to say great report. Thanks very much. This has been a long time coming, and I know the constituents who live on Ferry Avenue and Echo Bay are really going to be excited about this, and you'll probably have a full house on April 12th.
That's great. That's good. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So I think it's great, but I think the process for public notification is always lacking for much of what we do. So posting it on our website doesn't get to the people in a good way, in my opinion. And so in order to do so, especially because it's a small area, it makes a whole lot of sense to either do a direct mail or, better yet, send somebody out for an hour and drop off a notification on each of the doors in the area. It takes very little time. We've canvassed all over Huntsville, and it would be very easy to do and hits your people right on, and there will be no question whether they got the information.
Deputy Mayor Armour, you want to follow up?
Thank you, Your
on-
Worship. Just to follow up to Councillor Stone, last week, Councillor Cloutier and myself actually met with a group from Echo Bay, and we have their email address, and we told them there was going to be a public meeting coming up. We didn't know when at the time, so it's out there to that group, so I'm sure they'll probably communicate to everybody who lives in that area, so.
Okay, so does that answer, that probably covers some of the people? Yeah, okay. Councillor Cloutier?
Through your worship. Yes, Councillor Stone, they all know about it by now. Like I said out today when I found out it was going to be on the 12th, like Councillor Armour said, there's lots of ears there. They'll, like we said, it'll be full in there. And also solving this or making some up on this will also help us with the Campbell situation next door, because that's the next door neighbor, right? With the property that would come forward, so we might be able to kill two birds with one stone here. So,
Okay, perfect.
thank you.
That's great. I don't know who was next, but I will say Councillor Morrison. Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I'm a huge fan of getting a dock in that area. Having access to water, I think, is key, especially for those that can't afford to live on the water. It checks all the boxes for our community wellness thoughts. The fact that kids can get off their iPad and hop into a canoe and go for a swim, I think it's amazing. I'd fully support it, and thank you for the report, Colleen. It's very detailed. And I'm looking forward to that meeting on April 12th for sure.
Okay, Councillor Schumacher and then Councillor Cloutier. Okay.
Thank you, through you, Chair Alcock. I guess along Councillor Stone's point there and getting things out, I don't know, is there like a Facebook group for that area? I know when we did the Port Sydney revamp of the tennis courts and stuff, we made sure it went on the, It Takes a Village and all of those sites to get, and I think we got quite a bit of feedback for the Port Sydney one when we kind of pushed it through certain Facebook pages and social media. So just another thought, I don't know if they have a small group section or anything.
You always do things differently in Port Sydney. You're so engaged. That's so great. Thank you for that, Councillor Schumacher. Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Your Worship. Sorry, I forgot to mention one thing too. They're also bringing a deputation to the Waterfront Committee meeting on April 11th. So that was one thing that we had mentioned to them, that they should go ahead and do that. And they're actually, I think, going to bring two deputations, one for the dead end portion and then the one for Thailand Park.
That's
Because there is two
fantastic.
areas on there. So they've got their ducks in a row. So
That's great. And it's really neat to see people starting to respond to the new committees. It's just really, really great. I think I covered everybody. All right. Great report. I will call the question. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thanks, Colleen. Okay, moving right along, we do have another one, and Brandon is joining us with report number OPS 2023-8, Meadow Park Drive and Anthony Court 2023 capital project. We do have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Council approve proceeding with the following: Meadow Park Drive with an approved spending of up to $53,000 for the design work to be funded through Public Works Capital Reserve, and to the Anthony Court projects with an approved spending of up to $12,000 for the design work to be funded through Public Works Capital Reserve, and further that staff report back with final estimates on the construction projects for council approval and next steps with the District of Muskoka for construction, contract administration, and construction costs. Over to you, Brandon.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so the district's approach to town, they're getting ready to move forward with the construction of the Mount View sewage pumping station, running all new lines out to Golden Pheasant. This project's been in the works since 2021, but they are getting geared up now to go to construction. So we got a list of roads that force main is going to follow. So for everybody's knowledge, it's Mount View Avenue, Church Street, Mill Street, Ferry Avenue, Haynes Street, Morris Avenue, Cliff Avenue, Meadow Park, and Helen Street, and Rogers Cove. So quite a few roads within the town of Huntsville. So we went back, we looked at all of our data, we looked at underground works, above ground works, road needs studies, all that stuff. And for the majority of it, our roads are actually in pretty good shape for those areas. One of the biggest ones that we have issues with is Meadow Park Drive. So we'd like to enter into a contract eventually with the district for the reconstruction of that road. So it'll be a full road reconstruction, not just a rehabilitation, as well as an installation of a sidewalk on the south side. So that conforms to our approved sidewalk master plan and active transportation. So again, they're looking to tender right shortly, so hence we're in front of you today to ask for that permission. On Part B of this report was Anthony Court. Anthony Court was a project with the district. They were looking to do it last year, but it got bumped. It's at the forefront this year. So staff looked at their data again, and we do have a section of storm pipe that is a rated C, so we have to monitor it closely. So if they're in there open cut, we want to replace it while we're in there. The benefit of both of these requests is for the word being thrown around the table today is efficiency. So that's what we're trying to do. We take advantage of the best tendered pricing and joint venture projects. So with that, that's what we're looking for to enter in, and of course, we will report back once they're tendered with the construction costs and what that cost will look like to the municipality and timeframes as well. So, thank you.
Thank you for that, Brandon. Again, another good report, and I believe Councillor Cloutier has a question.
Through you, Your Honor. Just a question on the Anthony Court. Are there sidewalks planned for that design, or are we leaving it status quo?
Through your worship, the intent right now is to fix the section of storm pipe, which is actually kind of off onto the boulevard. The district's plan right now is to remove a real good chunk of the surface, so we'd be repaving that for a like cost.
Okay.
Again, if sidewalks are a wish of council, we can look at
Well,
that.
it's just the opposite. I've heard from people that live up there, they don't want sidewalks. They would like it the way it is, so.
Through your worship, yeah, on our sidewalk master plan, I mean, it's a low volume road, and essentially it's not planned for sidewalks at this point.
Good.
So,
Okay. Councillor Morrison? Sorry, and Councillor Stone after.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. A question on sidewalks. I know that Councillor Stone with his Active Transportation Committee is looking at the sidewalk master plan. When you're looking at replacing new sidewalks, are you looking at paved sidewalks or concrete block sidewalks, if you will?
through your worship, so when we did the sidewalk master plan, we looked at what we call collector sidewalks and then your local sidewalks. And collectors by way of through the plan was Main Street, King William, sidewalks both sides, they were concrete, Lawrence Center down to Burnell, and then anything in between. When that road comes up for renewal, we were looking at doing asphalt. With that, concrete requires a contract pricing. We do have staff in-house and we do have the equipment in-house to maintain efficiently asphalt sidewalks.
Follow-up?
As a follow-up, the reason I asked that is I met recently with a lady in town who is in a wheelchair, and their preference is absolutely asphalt. And funnily enough, she said, you know what, if you ever had to go pee and you're going on your wheelchair and you hit every single bump, you really have to go pee. But, that's what she said. She was a really funny lady. But she did say having the asphalt is so much smoother and so much more suitable for accessibility, for sure.
Great point, and I'm sure that will come up. Councillor Stone, you're
Thank you.
next.
So it's my understanding that the Anthony Court work was precipitated because the district wants to upgrade the sewer and water in that area. Makes sense that we're piggybacking on for stormwater. That makes sense. Who covers the cost of paving the road afterwards?
So through your worship, what we'll do is enter into an MOU based on the construction costs. So before the district or before the town joint ventures, we have asked the district to show the limits of your construction. So some of the things we've worked in the past is based on a road needs study. If the road is rated 7 out of 10 in a surface condition, and we had really, it's not on our list because it's a 7 out of 10, 10 being great. We do a 70-30 cost, so it'd be 70% district, 30% town. So we have done that in the past, and we're trying to lean to go that way as well. But we will report back with how we come up with that. But
Thank you for that.
Whoops, sorry. Councillor Clark. Oops, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. Just a quick one, Brandon. So just for clarification, so is it the sidewalks concrete or asphalt that we're doing on Meadow Park?
So Meadow Park, I believe we're going to be looking at doing concrete for Meadow Park.
Okay, and Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, Your Worship. And mine was really just a comment. I know, having spoken to the residents on Anthony Court, they are so extremely happy to have this done. It has the amount of water that has been going through the sewer system or the pipe, it's been unbelievable. So thank goodness it's being done. And I do concur with Councillor Cloutier that they don't need sidewalks there. It's a dead-end street, they're quiet, they can walk on the road, so yeah, no sidewalks there.
Thank you for all of those great comments. everybody. This is so neat. All right, are there any other comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thanks, Brandon. Okay. So, moving right along to, oh, good. Yes, we talked about this. So I apparently don't have to ask council to waive the reading, but because it is on the screen, I am going to start the reading of our bylaws section. It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2023 to 25 to 2023 to 39, inclusive, be reported and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 27th day of March, 2023. And I will not be reading the rest of this motion because it is exactly as it is on your screen, which is exactly as it was in our agenda package. So are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Beautiful. Beautiful. We don't have any previous business. I get to go like that. So we are now moving on to new business, and the first item is 10.1, the Algonquin Park leaseholders presentation. And what I would suggest to council, if you have the appetite, before we have a discussion around this one, I thought if you're interested, I could read the original 2012 motion that was approved by the council in 2012. And if you're also interested, the proposed amendment to that motion as suggested by former councillor Withey. Do I have an appetite for that? Okay, perfect. So I don't need a mover and a seconder. I need a mover? I need a mover and a seconder for this even. Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. I guess to put it on the floor, I guess. And Deputy Mayor Armour, okay. Deputy Dog, okay. I have a motion moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas the province of Ontario is requesting input from stakeholders regarding the potential for renewal of private cottage tenure in Algonquin Park for a period of 21 years, commencing in 2017. And whereas the proposed extension will require an amendment to Ontario Regulation 34707 and Algonquin Provincial Park Management Plan, and whereas park cottagers have been an important component of Algonquin Park life for over 100 years, and whereas the municipality is the western gateway to Algonquin Park and benefits by the presence of Algonquin Park cottagers who use our community as a shopping and cultural centre, and whereas municipal residents and park cottagers have developed a strong arts, cultural, and social bond over the past century that has improved the quality of life for all Ontarians, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Town of Huntsville supports the extension of private cottage tenure for a period of 21 years through the end of 2038 and directs that this motion be forwarded to the Honourable Michael Gravel, Minister of Natural Resources, and placed on the Ontario Environmental Registry. So that was the motion that was approved in 2012. And I also need a mover and seconder. Thank you. Thank you. This is the proposed amendment as suggested by Tim. It's moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the following be struck out of paragraph 6. 1, period of 21 years through the end of 2038, and replaced with multi-generational period. And 2, the Honourable Michael Gravel, Minister of Natural Resources, and replaced with Honourable David Piccini, Minister of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. and that is on your screen. Thank you, Tanya. So with that, I would ask council for questions or comments about any of the above. Oh, okay, so I have the amendment on the floor, so I can call for the vote on the amendment as proposed just now. Yeah, I did. I didn't even ask for all those in favor. You guys, you just like, all those in favor. And that carries, okay, that carries unanimously. Do I need to, is that it? I need to, okay, I need a mover. I might as well just go with the, what? No, 2012, it was Aitchison and Terziano. There was a Councillor Schumacher, that's true, that's true. And I think Councillor Renwick. So I will not read the whole motion, but I would have the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you, everybody. I think Mr. Withy will be very happy with that. All right, and the second item that we have under new business is, I can do that, is with respect to item 10.2 under community wellness, and I have a motion that has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour, whereas the Town of Huntsville Strategic Plan, the Community Services Master Plan, and the 2010 Unity Plan identify multiple goals which support initiatives that provide opportunities for maintaining a healthy community. And whereas Council acknowledges community well-being is essential for the welfare of its citizens. And whereas Councillor Morrison has expressed a desire to invest his time in exploring options that will support the well-being of the community. Now therefore be it resolved that Councillor Morrison be recognized as the navigator for community well-being initiatives for the 2022 to 2026 term of council, and further that any information or opportunities realized regarding community well-being be presented by Councillor Morrison to council or committee for consideration. So I'm happy to speak to this. Would Councillor Morrison, do you want to speak to this, or just? Okay, I'm happy to. Briefly, when we got together, we know that we identified a number of issues that we talked about earlier that we moved forward on with the standing committees, the new standing committees, but we also knew that there were a couple of other issues that we have all identified as being really critical, such as the continuation of whatever the town of Huntsville is doing with respect to alternative or affordable housing. And probably more importantly in this term than ever before is the whole question of community health and well-being, especially around mental health. And some have also referred to addictions as well, as sometimes it's interrelated to the other issues. But I know, and we've all grappled with what this council might do with respect to our role when we know the District of Muskoka has a very distinct role in both of those areas. Having said that, we know it's really important for the citizens of Huntsville, and we are all approached by any member of organizations or community members, probably none as much as Councillor Morrison. And I will say that since day one, Councillor Morrison has been advocating on these issues at almost every meeting that we have, which is a fantastic thing, starting with the Bell Let's Talk event, which turned something that was a simple flag raising into a massive event. So we got together to talk about what that entity, role, committee, whatever it might look like, and landed on this idea of a navigator. And the navigator being that there is another organization out there, MindAid, that deals with, obviously, as we all know, issues of mental health in our youth population. And their whole role is navigator, connecting people in need or whatever in need to those who are providing services and other types of programs. And it seemed to us when we met that this might be a really interesting way of tackling these issues at this point. And I believe that Councillor Morrison, you kind of like the flexibility of this, and maybe this is where I should turn it over to you to say why you think that this role might work for some of the objectives you were trying to achieve.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and thank you to everybody for your support on this. I think what I love the most about this is that I have no authority. I know my role with this I know what I'm allowed to do, what I'm not allowed to do. So I'm not going to be going out into the public and saying, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. The role of this navigator that I'm taking on, as a perfect example, this past weekend I met with a phenomenal lady, and she's confined to a wheelchair, but she is an amazing person doing some great things. Moved here 3 or 4 years ago and COVID happened. She doesn't even know where to turn to get support or to get help. So she's talking about connectivity, transit, and things like this. So I know that I can reach out to Councillor Stone, which I have as the active transportation chair. The fact that this lady doesn't even know who Deb Kerwin is troubling. So we're going to connect her with Deb Kerwin and advance her needs in the community. So speaking of her community wellness, my eyes were opened at what she taught me just on the weekend with a short visit. So if somebody comes to the table and they have an idea for a housing development, well, I have no authority on that, but I can surely point you in the direction of Director Maxwell, and we can get you in the right hands so you can get what you need. Staff is already overburdened. I'm up late watching the Oilers play hockey, so I'm usually researching this stuff, stuff that's happening all over the country that is happening that we're not doing yet. And then I also realize that we're doing things that a lot of other people are not doing. So my role here is simply going to be to help facilitate people and get them in the right hands. And I know that Councillor Stonearmer, everybody around the table has already expressed interest in helping. So with it being so informal, I can be approached by Deputy Mayor Armour about an idea, an initiative. We can work together on something and it'd be very nimble. So I'm very excited about it. I'm pumped. I think it's going to be a great thing. And I'm going to report to Mayor Alcock and CAO Corey on a monthly basis and let them know how things are going and make adjustments as we go. So thank you so much.
And thank you for that the comments, and it is reporting to the two of us, but it is, as the motion says, it is working with committees and council as the navigator sees fit, and as you say, it is nimble, which is really cool. I love the fact that the town of Huntsville is considering something like this. It's, once again, different. And so, and don't, Councillor Stone's chuckling, and I'm sure I know why. All right. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Through you, I just wanted to say, Councillor Morrison, I couldn't think of a better fit for anybody but you. I think you're going to do a fabulous job, and I look forward to helping and working with you over the next 4 years.
Totally concur with that. I think that's neat. And any other comments? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? That's great. Thank you very much for taking on this task. By the way, I should say that before council, I had a quick meeting with Cogeco, as they like to find out what's on the council agenda. And this last item was one of the ones that they really wanted to know about. Yeah, so it's really cool. All right, so moving right along, we are now at general information, and everyone saw their council correspondence, just for information. And following, we have the District of Muskoka update. And thank you. I will start with Deputy Mayor Armour. Would you like to go first?
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick one. EPW met on March 22nd and started off with the environment. So Earth Day activities are coming forward. So I'm not really sure what, but there'll be compost put out in places for everybody to be able to use. We had a World Water Day verbal update. And just under that, the district of Muskoka came in second with their water tasting for all of Canada. So they did a fabulous job. I think it was somebody from BC that beat them for water. So we got great water in Muskoka. Mandatory connections for sewers. In Huntsville right now, I think there's 27 properties that will be getting letters from the EPW or from the district, and there's going to be mandatory hookups for water and sewer. So they will work with them. There are plans to be able to borrow money and long-term payoffs and stuff like that. But those who decide to stand tall and don't want it, they get up to a $15,000 fine for not hooking up. But it's never been happened, so hopefully it never happens. We gave an award for collection to GFL for environmental pickup for waste collection. So that's for leaves and sticks like that. So this fall, where it's going to happen, they're going to designate a week. We don't know what the week's going to be, and anywhere from that Monday to Friday, they'll be coming by your house and click up and picking up your leaves and stuff like that. And they'll also be doing Christmas trees. We changed, got the request for some name changes for some roads, Muskoka Road 13, Muskoka 12, and Muskoka 34. And right now, they're investigating a operating cost for an expansion of the green bin delivery program. And we'll get a report of that in the third quarter of this year. And that's my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Deputy? Nope. Okay, I will move along to Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. We had a long meeting, but to be honest, the majority of the meeting was spent on BDO going over an auditing process for the fact that we're going to be getting audited. And then there was a bit of discussion around that about the construction of Fairburn and how that will be audited. And it was a very good discussion. The costs, it's kind of a catch-up audit. Like the audit on the construction probably won't happen until the construction is completed, but the audit on how things were awarded is being done in the process, and the entire financial situation is going to be audited. So our taxpayers should know that the money we're spending is going to be looked after. And the big thing that came up was human resources. We did have a human resources presentation. We're still over 100 employees short. There's over 100 vacant positions still today. We went over all of the reasons that is, competing with the private sector, and transportation was one of the things that come up. So I asked the question, if people were able to travel from more rural communities and still live in the urban core, because as we know, affordable living is sometimes meaning you can't afford to have a car. So there is talk about expanding transportation all across Muskoka, which would be very helpful. And I should say that of those 100 vacant positions, most of them are in long-term care, as you're probably aware. The other thing of note that was quite opening is that 46% of the district staff has less than 5 years tenure, which I think is somewhat consistent with what we're seeing here. Those numbers are rising. I attribute that to kind of the labor revolution. I mean, people know, they're not as, like the old days, you get a job at a factory, you stay there, you raise your kids, you do your thing, and you move on. Well, now people are more mobile. So what came up was, why can't we use that to our advantage? Let's use the fact that we have one of the best communities in the world, and we do a lot of good stuff with retention. We promote from within, as the townships and towns do as well. So because people are more mobile, maybe we can bring them to us and keep them with us. So there's some good plans. HR at the district is very strong, and they're doing a good job. And the last thing to mention is we did approve the district being the conduit for the debenture for the new Muskoka Lumber building in Bracebridge, the arena and the library, and there's another component, there's 3 components to it, to the tune of $25.1 million. Just, that is solely the responsibility of the town of Bracebridge, but we are the tier of government that secures the money from Infrastructure Ontario, and then it flows through to the town of Bracebridge. And if you haven't been down there lately, Salmon Drive, right next to Independent Grocer, drive down to the end, you'll see the steel is on, the roof is on, the building is coming along. And having coached in the old Bracebridge Arena, I'm very excited that that building is coming along. So it's great for the town of Bracebridge, and good luck to them. That's about it.
Thank you, Councillor Morrison. Councillor Stone with Health.
Health services, yes. So we are sending a letter of support to the Ministry of Health for the potential new clinic in Gravenhurst. There's an upcoming ambulance review by the ministry, and we got told how that whole process works, and they also have, drop-in inspections by the ministry, which is wonderful. We had an orientation on long-term care facilities, and there was much discussion about labor and the use of agencies, temp agencies, to fill the vacant positions, how much that's costing the taxpayers in relation to what we pay. So right now, there are 91 staff vacancies in long-term care. And in 2025, we're going to need 130 more to help fill Fairburn.
Right.
Now, if anyone's listening that's interested in becoming a PSW, then the district will cover your tuition if you actually complete the course and become a PSW with us. Anyways, the last item was we gave $196,000 to Hospice Muskoka. I did ask about growth for Huntsville and their capital expansion, which is coming. So there will be a report about Hospice Muskoka, or Hospice Huntsville, at our next meeting. That's all I've got.
That's interesting. Wow. And interesting about paying for... Okay, so I have a quick update from Community and Planning Services. We also had a presentation from Celine Hall, much the same as he presented to us. But it was kind of timely because we had an orientation on our Ontario Works program, and unbelievably extensive. And what also came out of that was a recent announcement for one-time program funding in the amount of $90,000 for additional mental health staffing resources. And so that's great news. Not so great it's one time, but and it won't be for new resources. It will be for existing staff who are in need of this for support for what they're doing in our program areas. So we, and I'll mention this in our council update, but at council, we approved our final district operating and capital budget, and at CAPS, which happens 3 days after that, we have already our first motion amending the CAPS budget in order to receive that $90,000. We had an update on our community grants program and have delegated the approval process to staff, and this is where community organizations who either have a not-for-profit charitable status or individuals who are doing amazing things in the community across the district can apply to the district for either grants that are up to $2,500, or if you're a not-for-profit, up to $10,000. And so the reason why committee agreed to delegate is there's a very strict set of criteria that all of the organizations and people have to follow, like food security and working with the community, all sorts of things. So we felt that that was okay. Under housing, we had a long discussion. We've rejuvenated the Muskoka Housing Task Force and appointed Councillor Peter Kelly from Muskoka Lakes to chair the task force. There was a great deal of discussion around the terms of reference and it was decided to send it back for further work as to representation on that task force. There was some discussion as to whether or not there needed to be more involvement from political representation across the all of Muskoka, or just straight staff moving forward on the initiatives that came out of the previous task force. lots of discussion around that. So the terms of reference will be coming back, and I suspect they'll go straight to council on that. And I think it's a good thing. Councillor Kelly's really motivated. We updated the affordable housing alternative average market rents. This is what we use when we enter into programs with developers who are receiving grant money from the district towards the development of affordable housing. They have to keep their rents at a certain rate, and it's based on what is considered the CMHC market rent at the time. We've upped the level of what is considered average market rent. It's still probably not high enough. There was a lot of discussion around that. And I think, and the last item, two items, sorry. We declared a declaration of homelessness emergency. Very lengthy, and basically it's a call to action. It's an advocacy document because saying this is, a number of municipalities have done it and we're following suit. It's an advocacy piece. The one thing I did want to mention here is we did have a report under planning, and it was a request to hold a public meeting on Official Plan Amendment 57, the Lake System Health Update Report. And what that Lake System Health Report is, it identifies lakes throughout Muskoka that the district, through their scientific studies, either through causation reports or others, whether or not the lakes are considered vulnerable. Some communities had in the past requested that their lake be on that, because if your lake is on that list, then there are more stringent development approvals processes at the district level, and more thorough studies are required. I should note that it has been proposed that 5 new lakes go onto the vulnerable lake list, and 1 lake that's currently on it be removed. So there is possibility that you can be removed once you're on. But 3 of the 5, one is completely in the town of Huntsville, and that's Mary Lake, and it's because of algal bloom. In fact, all of the 5, it's because of algal bloom sightings. And the other 2 are, one is with, crosses boundaries with Lake Abase. So just wanted to say it's not on the vulnerable list yet, but that is the point of the public meeting, and that will be hosted at the district office, and there will be notice to communities about that. My guess is there might be some interest from residents in and around Mary Lake, since when they have other lakes that are significant size, they usually refer to a portion of it, like the bay on Lake Abase, a given bay, not usually the entire lake. So it's somewhat unusual, and I suspect there will be some feedback on that. So that's my report. We also had Earth Day activities there. And on council, as I said, we approved the operating and capital budget, but after there were 2 amendments, one in particular interest to the town of Huntsville, and that was during the budget negotiations at the Health Committee, when asked about the district's involvement in the doctor recruitment exercise that Councillor Stone is a part of, the Health Committee recommended that the district not fund it for 3 years, and at council, that item was pulled by Councillor Rick Maloney from Bracebridge, and there was a healthy discussion around the table as to why it was important that the District of Muskoka also contribute to that at the tune of $25,000 per year for 3 years. And thank you to all of the Huntsville councillors for speaking up on that. It really, I think, made a difference, and the council ended up approving that request. So the overall budget had to be amended, which it was, and that was passed. Other than that, we did also approve the awarding authority for construction tender packages regarding the Fairburn redevelopment. And what's important around that was staff were proposing a sort of an expedited approval process with respect to the 5 tranches within the overall spending package for Fairburn. And rather than every time a subcontract came forward, rather than going to Health Committee then Council, they were proposing it go straight to the Extended Design Review Panel. And there are 3 district councillors on that, actually 2 district councillors and the chair, as well as a whole myriad of other officials. After some discussion, council approved that approach, and I should say that your mayor is one of those district councillors on that. So Huntsville's interests are right at the table on that one. And I think, I don't know if there was anything else other than there was we approved the new name for Muskoka Road number 38, which goes through the township of Muskoka Lakes. And this was after extensive consultation with the Muskoka and Area Indigenous Leadership Table. And which one of us is going to say what the new name is? It's lovely, and the meaning is the land of the road to
It's more like the pathway
the
to...
pathway to the people of
Mohawk.
Mohawk
Yeah.
territory. And it is, Councillor Stone?
Gane Gaha Yoha Daje.
That's exactly it. Thank you very much for doing
I'm
that.
sure I butchered that, but
Well, I don't
it's
think
an
you
arm's
did.
length
We
worth of
had a bit
letters.
of a session around the table. It's extremely important, and it actually is seen in the Indigenous community as one of the first real recommendations coming out of the Muskoka and Area Indigenous Leadership Table. And there was huge excitement, and the chief from the Wata community was there to speak to it as well. Yes, Councillor Morrison.
And not to second guess Councillor Stone's interpretation, but just so we have it exactly accurate, it's actually Ganyin Gahaga Loha Daje is how it's pronounced.
I thought that's exactly what I thought. The way I heard it, I think that's what I heard. But thank you for that. That is exactly right. And they do. You can actually go online and see exactly what listen to the pronunciation. Even though our 2 councillors, I think, did a great job. There is one other, and that was we also supported declared a hate-free Muskoka. And this came out of the Hate-Free Muskoka Symposium that was held by our IDEA Advisory Group on November 5th, 2022. And one of the recommendations that came out of that symposium was to declare Muskoka hate-free. There was some discussion about what the definition of hate is. Everybody supported the recommendation, but there will be further work between IDEA with staff about what that means when you declare hate-free Muskoka, but also further definition around what hate means. Did I miss anything with respect to that discussion? And I think that is it for council, unless I've missed something. All right. Are there any questions? I don't see any. So I think with the next few items, we can be very, very quick. We had put on the agenda, for some people who don't know, we hold every other month meeting with members from our development group in the town of Huntsville. And the last meeting, we had an excellent discussion, so much so we invited the district again. They do attend this. But we made some real headway over a number of issues that we have since had a follow-up meeting, one of them being on the issue of securities, and what the whole point of the Developers Roundtable is to how to work better together to be more efficient, but it also helps us because we're trying to work with our developers to build more alternative and all kinds of different housing. So that's one of the issues that has been touched on, and there will be more discussion around that. I know that the chair of Muskoka, the District of Muskoka, was really impressed with this and reported it in his update to District Council, so much so that I think a couple of other municipalities are wondering why they're not doing the same thing. The next item I wanted to report on is we had our annual meeting with many representatives from MTO. And we had talked about that at council before. We had that, and we had at least 6 or 7 other mayors from our neighbors to the north, as well as Bracebridge, Lake of Bays, and Gravenhurst. And it was fascinating to see some of the issues that were really very similar. When you look at the issues around the Highway 11 corridor, but Huntsville always likes to do things a little differently, and that was our opportunity to talk about the issues that we are having along the Highway 60 corridor. Really healthy discussion, and since that meeting, we have had a one-on-one Town of Huntsville MTO meeting specifically to talk about our next steps, about the possibilities. And this is falling out of our discussion that we had at length at our at least 2 or 3 planning council meetings ago about development and issues that the development community is having with respect to their relations with MTO and requests, and our development issues with respect to all of the activity and Highway 60 becoming more of our urban settlement area. So at the last meeting, there were at least 3 different directions that we will be working hand in hand with MTO to try and get some results that we can report to our community, but it will be coming back to council, of course. I would think in about 2 months' time as to what the kinds of projects we can work on with them that will speak directly to the issues that were raised to us at council. So that was really exciting, and that last MTO meeting happened this last week. The last item, this was put on here because AMO is having an Ending Homelessness Symposium where we think it's in Mississauga, May 3rd to 4th. Just putting it out there, if there's any interest in going. I know that senior staff from the District of Muskoka are attending, so if we can get a report back from them, if we're not going. They had asked if I would go. I haven't made up my mind. So with that, I'm going to ask council if there are any community updates that right now would be the time to do it. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick thing. Last Thursday, I was able to attend the DART conference at the Sherwood Inn in Port Carling on behalf of Mayor Alcock. And the DART conference is the Domestic Abuse Response Team. So we talked about continuing violence against women and girls in our community. They had some great speakers. I was only there for the morning portion of the conference. It was a 2-day conference. There were probably 65 to 70 people that were there in attendance. I was the only politician that came out of all of Muskoka. And I was sad to see that there were no other politicians, but there were no other men that were there. And I think at times there are conferences, and sadly, having all of those people there who deal with victims, we still have the need to deal with victims because it's still happening. The abuse is still happening. If it curbed itself, we wouldn't need to have them there. But they are incredible people who do really tough jobs with survivors of domestic violence. So I was happy to attend. I couldn't stay for the entire thing, but it was a great conference.
I just want to say thank you for attending. I'll bet they were absolutely thrilled when you did. Yeah, that's great, especially if you're the only elected official. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And just one other quick thing. Councillor Schumacher, and I'm not sure I'm taking your win, and actually Director Nagy, we all ended up at Beauty and the Beast on the weekend, on Saturday night. Incredible performance. Applaud the Huntsville Festival of the Arts and Rotary for the work that they do, and it was a great show. I think it's sold out, so I'm sorry if you didn't get tickets. Are you going?
I'm going this coming Saturday, and I just bought I think there were 2 tickets left, and I think they're probably in the,
In the back.
certainly.
Yeah,
the,
definitely
back
support
row.
local theater, and kudos to the groups that were involved, and all the people, the production, both on stage and backstage. Great performance.
Great. Thank you for that. Are there any other updates? Okay.
I was
Councillor
going to say,
Schumacher.
I'm looking forward to, I have my tickets coming up for the She Talk event for the YWCA on April 5th. If anyone hasn't got their tickets yet, please do so. Anna Tremonti, I believe it is.
I'm
Yes.
going to that as well.
Yes.
I think it's on the 6th. Uh-oh, okay. Is it? All right, okay, I'm going. I think I missed. All right, good. And that's, and that's not sold out, right? Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, so with that, thank you for that, both of you. 11.7 is really just for information only, and in our package, we had identified the 2 new bylaws with respect to appeals that we had, tribunal appeals that had been settled, and one of them being the development on Earls Road. And I think probably some people are noticing that there is clearing there already, so they've in fact started their work there. All right, and moving right along, we are now moving into closed. So I have a motion moved by councillors. Before or? Before? Do we have to do it before? Okay, we're calling a recess for 10 minutes? 10-minute bathroom break, okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Schumacher. Sorry. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I have a motion here, moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 7:52 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters pertaining to the following sections under the Municipal Act 2001. 12.1, Section 239(2)(c), a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for the purpose. 12.1.1, Infrapipe Solutions Limited lease extension dash update. 12.2, Section 239(2), D, Labor Relations or Employee Negotiations. 12.2.1, Confidential Report HR 2023-4, Collective Bargaining Update. And finally, 12.3. Section 239(2), B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. D, labor relations or employee negotiations. And under this, 12.3.1, Operations and Protective Services Division, consultant update. Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. first motion, I have a motion moved by Monty. Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that staff be directed to bring back to the IBEW 636 negotiating team the recommendations outlined in confidential report HR-2023-4 under option 1. All those in favor? That carries. I have business arising from closed, which I need to read. 13.1, Infrapipe Solutions Limited Lease Extension Update. Council met in closed session for staff to provide additional information regarding confidential report Corp 2023-10, Infrapipe Solutions Limited Lease Extension that was presented to Council on February 27th, 2023. And second item, 13.3, under Operations and Protective Services Division, we had a consultant update, and Council met in closed session to receive an update from a consultant for the Operations and Protective Services Division. Thank you. And now I have a motion moved by Bob Stone, seconded by Dan Armour. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2023-41 be received, numbered, and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 27th day of March 2023. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, and I have a motion moved by Jason Fitzgerald, seconded by Helena Renwick. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:22 p.m. All those in favor? And that